Yo, I was talking that whole time and I was muted. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's a good start, guys. All right. Anyways, let me do that again. So sorry. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. My name is Ashley. Believe it or not, I'm a professional character concept artist. On this stream, usually what I end up doing is I take a sphere and I mash it into a whole bunch of shapes, and we end up going with that. You know what? I have an excuse. Okay, the reason why I just got a stream deck and I'm not used to it yet, so I probably clicked something before. Anyways, it's okay. We're good now. So if you are watching this as a VOD, these streams go for 4 hours usually, and you know, we just kind of mash up a sphere and see where it goes. It's very much a sketching process, just having fun with it, and then, you know, it'll turn into something by the end of the stream, and that's kind of the fun of the entire process. So if you're interested in following along, you can absolutely do that. 4-hour stream, right? And if you are watching the Maxon channel, wherever you're watching that, definitely give them a follow, because there's a lot of other really talented artists that also stream on this channel. It's not my channel. There's like a ton of artists that are here every single week doing their own thing. But if you do want to watch me, my channel is twitch.tv/a_cubed, or you could just go here, grab any of my links at acube.art/links. Okay? All right. Okay. Now we're going to start. Wow. Good job. Somehow, I just knew, okay? I knew. Getting the stream deck, it's like, hey, this is going to make you more professional. Somehow I managed to make me less professional. Is everything good now, though? The audio, everything is working good? I'm hoping. All right. Also, hi, Stewarts. Yeah, you can't hear me on the Maxon. Dude, I'm so sorry, Jed. Guys, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. My freaking bad, dude. That was my bad. We're good, though, now. We're good. All right, so I'm gonna make, like, a bunch of, like, shapes here. Like, sometimes this is how I just start on things when I don't have like an idea, is I'll just pull some stuff out. All right. I like to put AccuCurve on as well. If this was on my channel, I would just like cut that part of the first part of the stream, but now the people in the VODs are gonna be like, dude, what the fuck is this? What the heck? What the freaking heck? I'm already getting like some fin action. We're gonna work on like just overall shapes first, seeing if I can get anything more or less interesting to work from. I think like a really slender jaw would be interesting. I don't even know. Maybe I could do like some... Maybe I can do some like horns with this, actually. That might be interesting. How do I get that shape in one fell swoop with masking and snake hook, my friend. Masking and snake hook. Just don't be afraid to make big movements. Big movements. And you can get all kinds of cool things. Especially when you're early on in a sculpt, just don't be so precious about it. You can get all kinds of cool little shapes popping out of things. You're not so worried about it looking like trash for a while. I do not work at a game studio, no. No, I'm freelance. And I've been currently just kind of doing my own thing for a little bit, so. Sorry. There. Here we go. Am I using reference? No, not right now. Not right now. I'm just trying to like play with the shapes and the forms, and then if I like the kind of like shape direction that I'm going in and I want to inform it better, then I'll go and look up reference, obviously. But when I'm starting like this, like I usually don't use reference. It keeps things flowing, because usually like if you sorry, hold on one sec. Oh my, today is a day. Usually if you got like a bunch of reference up on screen, and you're just starting something, that can be very, very good if you know exactly what you're doing. But when you're sketching, it can actually be sometimes a hindrance if you're not doing, if you're not specifically doing something that is planned ahead of time, right? If you're trying to like just free sketch and you've got like reference on your screen, then you end up like sometimes leaning into that too hard and not being as like, you know, free with things. So this is just purely that, is like an exercise of like, you know, being more loose and energetic with what you're doing. Patreon stuff. This isn't for Patreon though. I don't have a Patreon. I don't have a Patreon. I just stream over on my own Twitch chat or Twitch channel right now. Be kind of cool actually, like if I give this sort of like a really big, strong beak. Might be an interesting shape. But also like trying to avoid the whole Minecraft villager thing. Hold on, let's see if I can do that. Maybe it would need to come up like really high. Maybe do something, maybe like mollusky. Streaming on the ZBrush channel forever. Yeah, I've been here a very long time. I am an ancient soul. I am ancient. Ancient as the sun rises every day. Appreciate it though. Okay, maybe not. Let me see. Maybe a smaller one would be better. The organic abstract. Organic abstract, honestly, is one of those things, like, if you understand even basic human anatomy, and you can start getting into, like, creature stuff, like, with, like, you know, just, like, your basic animals as well. So if you do, like, cats, dogs, horses, you understand how, like, this stuff kind of works, and you build up from there. The abstract shapes, that's not really, like, the super hard part, you know? I don't know if I can make that, like, look interesting, or if this just looks stupid. I'll try to push it around. I think this just needs to be flat. And it needs to come in and follow this, like, this shape better. And I think, like, here, too, like, this whole piece, I'm gonna make it, like, a little bit flatter on the front. Do I try to ground my sculpts in real anatomy, or you just kind of build parts as you see fit? So when I'm sketching like this, obviously subconsciously, like, actual anatomy knowledge does come through, right? But getting it like 100% accurate or anything like that, I'm not worried about that when I'm first starting. But if I like where something is going, then I will obviously always be referencing and grounding it and pushing that concept further. I can give an example, actually. Hell yeah, Stream Deck coming through, dude. Oh, hell yeah. Like, if I go here. Okay, let's see. Grab that. Then we can put this on. I don't have it on my website, but right here. So when I started this guy, right? When I started this guy, he, like, I didn't start him, like, super anatomically correct. It was sort of like a for funsy thing. Then I gather reference and all of that, and I'm able to actually push it further into, like, an actual strong anatomical, you know, creature that actually looks like it would function with, like, you know, two parts, like, humanoid and dog, like, you know, pushed together. But, like, before that, like, on stream, it usually just starts as what you were seeing just, like, right now, which is just pushing and pulling things and shapes and just seeing, like, if I can get the vibe right, you know what I mean? And then I can go in and reference and all of that kind of stuff and make it work for me, right? So I'm not too worried, like, right out the gate if something is looking anatomically correct, if that makes sense, because I can always, like, push it into the realm of, well, this works now after I get something, like, the vibe. Like, I need to get the vibe. If it's got the juice, if it's got the sauce, then we're cooking, right? The Matte Cap pack? Yeah, dude, it's really fun. It's really fun to use, right? I'm using it right now too. My startup materials, all of, like, my sculpting materials I use with the Matte Cap pack. My workflow for creating the matte caps, I just paint them in Photoshop. I literally just, I painted all of them. Every single one of those I painted by hand. That's it. It took me a while. Because like, and that's why it gives a little bit of like a stylized feeling. Like you could do like stylized realism, right? But it's not like hyper real or anything like that. It just gives like this je ne sais quoi, right? Which I actually really like. It kind of helps the style of everything. Personal preference, but that's what it is, right? There's other skin options for you. There's even in ZBrush if you wanted to. You could use just skin shade 4 with poly paint. So no, it's not French stream. My French is bad. Hi Bird, how are you doing? How you doing? All right, I think I do want to make this kind of like a mollusk. Like what if this is the head and the whole body is kind of like a shell? Like a whole shell. I think that could be really cool. 3D renders of a sphere. That would be the easy way. That's how a lot of people do it too. But no. No, to get the type of skin feeling that you see, I painted that myself. So what I was doing was going back and forth from Photoshop to 2020, because I was doing it in 2022 to make sure it's backwards compatible as well, right? So going back to 2022, loading it up. No, not quite right. Going back to Photoshop, doing some adjustments, coming back, loading it up. Not quite right. Back, boom, 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 until I got a skin of every shade that was like looking the way that I liked it and was like a good base to then poly paint on top of. And it would get you more or less all the way there. So for anybody wondering what I'm talking about right now is a while back, I started creating so like my own version of like a skin shader inside of ZBrush that is driven with matte caps, but also has reactive like point light and stuff. So this can, you know, the actual matte caps drive a lot of this, but it is a triple shader for this one anyways. There's like a couple of them that I included, and I have a bunch of different matte cap, like let's see, a bunch of different matte cap skin tones. So if I load up, like I'll grab like a really dark one here, like this one for example, right? Or it's not exactly like the greatest model to show this off, but I have like a lot of different skin tones. There's like 140 or something like that that I did. And then there's also like a bunch of there's also like a bunch of, what's it called, miscellaneous ones as well that I find are really fun to use, like stuff like this. Again, I paint spheres, yo. I paint lots of spheres, this kind of thing. And I use a lot of these like miscellaneous ones for like my bug shaders and stuff too. So really fun one to use, like this. Iridescence. And you can use these just as matte caps alone as well, so outside of ZBrush too. I just use them within the triple shader because I can then poly paint on top, and the highlights and the shading will still sit on top of the matte cap as well. So it's kind of like a layered approach. And then I've got a whole bunch of sculpting mats as well. But yeah. Okay. There we go. So if I do this, and then down here, I'm gonna delete that, and I'm gonna give this a little bit of a thingy. wondering if I can get like a shape here. No clue if I can. Might be too chunky of a thing. No, I'm not gonna do it this way. I'll do it. I'll just sculpt it. Let's do this, and then I'll just sculpt it in. Then here, this would be like the opening. I'm just gonna take this like area right here, grab it, and I'm gonna curl it around. You want a snail shell? Some kind of like mollusky thing, yeah. So I'm gonna push this in. This guy. That. And actually, if it's let's do something interesting so that like I'm gonna put like arms and stuff from the back. So I'm gonna pull that whole part up, and then from the back area, I'm gonna change the scale of everything too, because its scale's kind of weird right now. Actually, let's just grab this guy. And I can maybe clip right here. Let's see. Okay, let me try the knife. I'm gonna save. So anytime you're using the knife, save. Anytime you're gonna start using the knife, you gotta save. So I'm gonna do that. All right. Near. All right, let's create some sort of like interesting, or at least try to make some sort of like an interesting entry point to this shell. Because when you're doing like anything shell related, you can make it as like crazy and cool as you want it to be. You know what I mean? It's a shell. It can form however you want it to form. We'll have like a whole bunch of like arms, I think. Would be kind of cool. This guy, oops. Grab this. I'm gonna actually go longer. This is also what I mean by like, you know, when you're sketching things out, I'm just gonna keep doing stuff until something works. I'll keep like deleting stuff until something works, or something that I'm like, yeah, that looks cool. You know what I mean? I am not beholden to what I started with. I will delete it over and over and over again until I get something that I'm like, yeah, that's pretty freaking cool. Let's give it one of these, one of these. You know what I should have done is I should have all of that created. Yeah, it'll be fine. Poly group, but I think this will be Hi, hello, hi, hello, hi, hello, hi, hey, hello there. You find it hard to concept in 3D quickly and not want to change anything later, but drawing is hard. I mean, like, if you're having a hard time with it, that's like understand. You know, also you're not gonna have like a good day every single day. You know, some days you might have like a really good day and you come out with like a concept that you're actually proud of, you know? And then some days it'll just be like, oh yeah, this is just complete doo-doo powder, you know? Just straight doo-doo powder. I don't even know why that came out of my brain. So the key is to just kind of keep doing it over and over and over again until you do land on something that is cool. It starts off really hard. It does. Like, I don't think you can ask like any concept artist that just does things like willy-nilly in 3D, like, you know, in ZBrush, and ask them like, yo, was it easy? Like, just it's always easy for you? Like, it's not. Like, you just kind of have to keep doing it, and the more you do it becomes easy, you know? Yes, the Chamber of Suffering. You don't have to view it that way. What I like to call it is your throne of garbage, your throne of trash. We all of us sit upon our thrones of trash, right? Any good artist sits on a throne of all of the garbage that came before that. So just think of it like that. You're building yourself a beautiful garbage chair, and then you get to sit on top of it like the little cherry you are. You know what I mean? Like, you just gotta do that. You just grind out the garbage until you get good. And it's gonna be hard. It just is. Don't beat yourself up about that. How do you decide when you need a custom brush rather than the one of the defaults? Usually I just need the defaults. Custom brushes are great for very specific use cases, I find. Or if you've got like a very specific preference for certain things. I know some people like completely forego Damien Standard and use the Soft Forms brush, which is from ZBrush guides, right? But I usually just like do sketching with the Damien Standard. If I want to do something more specific, you know, certain line details or very specific like wrinkle form sculpture or something like that, then I'll use something like this. But you can see, like, I don't really use a ton of custom brushes. Maybe IMMs is a good one. Anytime I'm doing like alpha work, like any kind of like tertiary detail sort of thing would be, yeah, then I would probably use custom brushes. But most of the stuff that I do, it's like default. I'm basic. Look at my UI. I'm basic. It's okay. That's all you really need, you know? You don't need to have like this like super extravagant setup. Depending on how you're feeling, you'll also change between the Geo brush versus Damien plate. Yeah, it just like it's whatever floats your boat. Whatever gets you to from point A to point B. Where did that saying come from? Whatever floats your boat. It's kind of weird, right? Because like boats are supposed to float. What does that even mean? Whatever floats your boat? Like what? Oh no, I'm gonna get mad about sayings again that I don't understand. I've just been saying it. Buoyancy is one of those nonsense physics physics concepts. Yeah, for sure, dude. It just makes no sense. I just don't understand the saying. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Whatever floats your boat. Like, what? If a boat isn't floating, is it even considered a boat then? Like, is that, like, by definition even a boat if it just, like, sinks? We have to float your boat. Like, what do you mean? You just put the boat in water? Like, I'm confused. Hi, Amir. How's it going? Why is saying you're gonna float a boat? Like, that's actually bugging me. I don't want it to bother me, but it's bothering me. Ooh, one of these could be like mollusk eyes. Oh my god. Yes. Oh my god, my hair is like getting all over my face. Stop. Stop. Stop it. Have them kind of like a little smaller. It doesn't need to be too big. I'm gonna take this whole thing off. I'm gonna mimic the shell, so it'll have like a hard, caracasy, shelly type head. No, I'll take that. I'll take that. Take that. That'll be good. Like so. Hey there, what program is this? This is ZBrush. Thirsty dragon who I've never seen before. Is this gonna be fine? I like your style. Thanks, Thirsty Dragon. A new chatter that I've never seen in these parts before. My favorite movie is The Thing. It is a good movie. It's not my favorite movie, but it is a good movie. I actually only watched The Thing, I think a few years, like 2 years ago. It was the first time I ever watched The Thing. I didn't watch it when I was younger. But don't worry, I rectified that. If you decide a piece isn't working for you, do you just delete it, or do you have hotkeys to hide it? Or I like working messily for concepts, but you do not like dealing with the mess. Well, you can make folders, right? So if you like make something that you're like, yo, this ain't it, but I just don't want to delete it for whatever reason. Maybe I want to come back to it, and you're working with like a whole bunch of different things. You can just make a folder over here, new folder, and put all of those pieces in there, and then just hide the folder and like toggle it on and off when you need it. Yeah, is it just just put stuff in folders. You're gonna be fine. Don't be precious about your work. So it's all good, dude. Not working, it's not the end of the world. A lot of shit that I do doesn't work. Sorry, excuse my language. I'm not used to censoring myself. Do artists make buildings in ZBrush? I have made buildings in ZBrush. Yes. Whoa! Whoa! Thirsty, I swear to God. Why are you acting this way? Is this just from your imagination? Yeah, I'm just imaginating right now. I'm just thinking, just throwing one off from the top of the dome, as I usually do on these streams. As one usually does. If I had a nickel. Then maybe you would have $1. Because I actually don't ask you that much. If you're lucky, you'd have $1. All I'm thinking of right now is playing Pokopia. I just want to keep building my you know what? I just realized something. Eric saw what I was building, like my my cloud island in Pokopia is looking like. And all he said was just like, "You have met me at a very Alan Wake time in my life." So I guess I'm technically making like a Nordic town in Pokopia. It just hit me. Oh, that just hit me. Damn. Anyways, that's fine. It's fine. Quick question, what makes you decide to use Dynamesh versus Remesh? Dynamesh, I get more topology, so if I want to just like, if I'm gonna be changing things over and over again, then Dynamesh it is. ZRemesh is more like, I want to keep things low res and it's okay to not have any like detail or anything like that. Or if I'm like, if I'm doing a reproject. So certain things, like if I want like the smooth to work really well on like a tube or something like that, like I could do a ZRemesh. If I wanted to preserve the curving right here, where these things don't mold into each other, I could do a ZRemesh and then, you know, do something subdivision levels so that I get more detail, and then reproject it if I didn't want this to merge, you know what I mean? If I don't care about things merging, I'll just use Dynamesh. I don't know about these. Maybe I'll do something. What the heck? Everything, I keep doing that. I'm gonna start from the ground up. Do a cleaner one. Starship Troopers. I think like a long time ago I watched that. I feel like I gotta do like a rewatch of that for sure. I'm doing my part for democracy. Helldivers. Helldivers is literally just Starship Troopers, the game. It's kind of awesome. I think too, like I saw recently they did like, it looks like a Dead Space update on that game. Like the necromorphs. But that was kind of insane. Kind of terrifying. Like seeing them swarm. this. Holding on to a shelf, you know. Feel like we gotta get some kind of like cool spike action and stuff coming back from the behind. We'll do all that. We should also have like some really long kind of like grabby hand ones. So like all of his internal arms are holding out, but then we're gonna have like sorry. One of these. Water creature or air? Probably. Actually, it's a good question. I haven't got that far yet. Maybe kind of feels a little bit alien. So maybe like even like a dense atmosphere type situation could work. Like really dense atmosphere, but then that would mean like the actual shell itself couldn't, well, it could if it had like hollow pockets in there. If we're thinking about like buoyancy, we're gonna start thinking about buoyancy again. Whatever floats your boat. Hi, Spicy. No worries. Well, I don't want to know about your bathroom incident. That's great. That's fantastic. I hope you're well. Welcome. What's up, Leroy Jenkins? Well, you missed the Jenkins part, but with those caps, I imagine it. How's it going? You were angling for the wings or fins as propulsion? Yeah, I might do like some jet, like some jet things at the back. So kind of like an intake from the front and like it propulses back. Wings or fins, I don't know. I kind of want to like avoid that, especially like something with a mollusk. I feel like a jet could be interesting. Sort of the same as like cuttlefish. Squid kind of have it too. Like they have like a sort of like propulsing system. Sorry. Man, my hair is so staticky today. That's why I keep doing this, is because it's like it keeps like clinging. It's clinging to my face. I'm like 2 seconds away from just putting it up. Freaking out. The official ZBrush. The official ZBrush. How's Monty today? Monty's good. Monty's good. He was very demanding this morning. My sleep is a little disrupted because he was so demanding this morning, but other than that, Monty's good. It's different, yet the same. Am I gonna play Resident Evil? I'm gonna freak out. I'm gonna freak out. I'm gonna freak out. I'm gonna freak. Hair's going up. The hair is going up. This, I can't do it, guys. If you have long hair, you know this feeling. The overstimulation, you know it. You get it. Is that alien? I think it might be, yeah. I think I might be doing an alien. I think so. I think so. Am I playing Biohazard? God damn. I'm playing Biohazard. I'm playing Control right now on stream. Or no, I'm not playing it yet. I'm playing it on Friday on stream. I'm not playing Resident Evil yet. Damn, I'm not playing Resident Evil yet. Like Eric said, you've met me at a very Alan Wake time in my life, okay? You need to cut your hair. Cut it. Just zap it all off. And just mow it down. Everyone loves Leon. Yeah, man. I'm aware. He's a meme in himself. All I've played is like maybe 20 minutes of Resi 4, and that's it when it comes to Resident Evil, so I know some of Leon's antics, but not very much. Where'd we go? Bingo? What do you mean? We're chilling here. This isn't my stream. This is... Oh, is that like something Leon says? Did I miss that? Oh, okay. See, this is what I'm saying. I like... Cue the guy whose name is Resident Evil coming into chat telling me that he wants me to play Resident Evil. There's no reference picture. I'm literally just like concepting right now. As the title suggests, I am the concept artist. Ooh. Okay. Not my stream. Not my stream. Alright, let's do... Yeah, I'm gonna do like... Okay, what was it? I was gonna do like some kind of like propulsive jet thingies. Before you're like, ooh, that makes no sense. Yeah, squid have that. Squid propulse. Did you know that? They've got little finnies on the side of their bodies, but they also propulse. Water jet is how they get around. Okay? So we're doing that via the back of this shell here. It'll be an opening. that allows repulsion. The horror. Why? We're just having fun. If I like how something is going, we always reference afterwards to make it better. No need to freak out. Thank you. I appreciate it. Venge? Or am I saying your name right? Veng? Appreciate it. It's a pistol shrimp. Dude, those things are crazy. They're actually nuts. Come to Ghana. Why? Trying to get this like I think I should just okay, hold on. I think I'm gonna separate this and the bottom part. Probably make things easier. Split. And then this one, I kind of want to mimic that. Hold up. Be kind of interesting actually. You know what, I think what I'm gonna do is take this whole headpiece and mimic the same shape as the opening here. So like if it were to close up and pull in, right, then this whole thing would fill and it would just be like closed like a tube. That's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna take this whole head and it's going to... Okay. Okay. I'm gonna do that. So this, let me pull this forward so that I can get a clean cut on this. Tiger, ancient Tamil word. Ah. Oh, dude, that's actually cool. Being named after a tiger is freaking sick. Wicked sick. So cool. Okay, I'm gonna do a knife. We might explode here, guys. I might explode ZBrush. Give me a second. This is really important stuff that I'm about to do here. I might just completely nuke ZBrush here. Get ready. Alright. Please explode. No! This is... I saved, so we're gonna be good. We're gonna be good. Be good for me, ZBrush. Be good for me. Be good. See, you just gotta ask nicely. Gotta ask real nice. And it's like, yeah, we're good. We're good. We're chilled, you know? And then it does it. It does what you ask if you're nice to it. Right? Okay. These guys, I'm gonna hide these legs for right now because I need to see what I'm doing and you're in my way. This task requires 0 mollusk legs, okay? And I need to create a smooth top to this. I pull that down. Another way to do this would have just done the shell, but the way that we're kind of going with the flow right now. Could have just split it from the actual shell, but this works too. Alright, so I'm gonna create like something that's flush with the actual base part here, which this could technically fit in here. That'll give an interesting shape. Agree, agree. Because this is gonna have to be, so I'll cut into there, but this is gonna have to be the front part where the beak is. And then all of that, like this. Okay, so I will duplicate that off and grab it. Grab it. We have to keep it that big. It'll be this big. As I push it out over here. How can you prevent ZBrush from crashing? Isn't that like the age-old question? Save often. There's like so many different reasons why you would crash. This version of ZBrush that I'm using right now, 2026, is stable. It doesn't really crash that much. They fixed a lot of things regarding like earlier versions of like the knife tool, like crashing ZBrush and stuff. But occasionally, like when you're completely messing with non-manifold geometry, for example, you might get some issues. So depending on how much messed up geometry you have and what actions you're taking within ZBrush can really decide whether you live or die. How do you not breathe? Well, ZBrush, like, for some people, I think ZBrush crashes a lot more than others. I actually don't get that many crashes because at this point, like, I kind of understand how, like, what it is that I'm doing with Dynamesh and how it reacts. If you're new to it, I actually recommend crashing the program a lot, like pushing it to its limits and learning what works and doesn't work, because then you know, like, oh, I can't do that before I use this or whatever. But ZBrush in general is very forgiving when it comes to fixing your geometry, filling in like holes, fixing non-manifold geometry. Dynamesh, it will kind of smooth over a lot of these problems. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. All right, I'm gonna grab this, make it larger. And this guy. Just can't change the bottom part. But what I can do up here, pull this stuff. And this, I think what I can do is we'll bring this guy. Because as long as I keep the sides here, then I'll be good. I just need to reposition all of this, I think. Fit the head better. Actually, we could probably pull that. Not Dynameshing at all, not even during the sketch process. Yeah, no, I will be Dynameshing once I start getting like into more of the details and stuff, but as it stands like right now, like I don't need that. I don't need to worry so much about detailing. I'm literally just like trying to find shapes and keeping things low res while you're working with shapes is it's a little bit better. You don't get bogged down by stuff. You can just focus on the forms and the things that are interesting, that are like larger forms that might pop out to you, and just focus on the idea rather than like, you know, oh yeah, I gotta get like the wrinkles in and all of that kind of stuff. So then you're a lot more focused on like the overall idea rather than just details. Kind of looks like a snail. Yeah, exactly. It's a mollusky type creature. Mollusky. I just wanted to make sure that this would fit in solid to here. And then now what I'm gonna do is do something more interesting with the actual shell portion. Because the proportions are a little odd. Actually, that might not be a good idea. Hold on. Let's do this. Yeah, exactly, a nautilus. Mollusk. Okay, we'll bring back the arms. Probably make these guys larger now. Dusk! Hi, Nicola, how are you? What does a snake hook brush allow you to do? It's basically just the move brush, but on steroids. It doesn't have a direct, like it has an exponential fall off rather than the move brush, which is linear. So if I were to grab the move brush, right? Move. And then I wanted to move the back of this. You see that? Like from the center point out, you can see that that is a linear fall off. So it will very predictably stop at a certain point once it cannot pull anymore in whatever axes you're pulling in. But the snake hook brush is the same thing, but exponential. So you can see all of this geometry starting to, you know, fall off in a very stretched kind of a manner. And I can demonstrate that better using the polyframe. So if you look at the wireframe with the snake hook, you can see what I mean by exponential. Maybe a better example would be something you can see a little bit better. So exponential, let's do it with this one. Let's do it with this one. So right here, you can see it pull, right? And it will basically just like continuously pull infinitely via your radius, but it will have an exponential fall off in whatever it's pulling. Whereas if you were to grab the move brush, it is linear. So everything stays the same. Does that make sense? Do you see the difference here? So it will cap out at a certain point, but it keeps all of your topology like more or less not messed up. Unless like you keep like doing this over and over again, right? But one single fell swoop, it's linear, versus the snake hook is infinite, and you can just pull in whatever direction or whatever you want. So you can get a lot of the stretchy things if you want the stretchy things, right? And I do. I love getting the stretchies, personally. Which method is better, sculpting and painting the model as I go, or completing the entire sculpt first and then painting it? Which approach is recommended? It depends on what you're doing. It really depends on what you're doing. And like, what's the final output gonna be? I personally, what I like to do early on is at least like throw down, like you'll see me in a lot of my streams, my personal streams, like I throw down some kind of a color scheme as I'm going, unless I'm literally just sketching for the sake of sketching forms and stuff like that. But what I'll usually do is I'll throw down like different colors, like for example, like maybe, you know, here I'll be like, yeah, like the shell be like these colors, right? And then the inside, maybe we want it more like this, so that I can kind of see where like where that breakup is happening, that material breakup. You don't have to like go like all out, but having just like a, you know, either material breakup or color differentiation helps you to see what the heck is happening with your model a little bit better, especially if you're doing something with like a lot of parts. Then you don't have to figure that out. Like if you're gonna be going to Substance later and you want this to be like an in-engine asset or something that's gonna be used in like an animation pipeline or whatever, you don't want to have to like then figure out your color scheme down the line and be like, well, I can't really get this to look that good. You know, the colors don't flow well enough. It could have used an extra part here, or this shape could have looked different in order to, you know, support that color scheme a little bit better, because the two go hand in hand unless you're working for something that's like black and white, right? But the color scheme and the material breakup is important kind of early on, just to kind of give you a better idea of how different elements are working together, if that makes sense. push that all the way back. That. I feel like this, like I need to just like pull that out more. What I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna save really quick, and I'm gonna go into T-Pose Master. I'm gonna hide these guys. And I'm just gonna adjust overall shape here. And then if it were closed, just trying to think, like pulling out these sides here. I'm gonna pull this out like that. This top part can come up more, and it can just like have like a inside attachment. Close eye up. Just trying to make the shell kind of interesting looking. These would be the repulsing areas, which I will carve into. I think right here needs like a ridge. This. And then this will be repulse. Yes. Got the little oogie boogie little feelers. I'm thinking I'll probably have to come back into T-pose to adjust this shape a little bit more after I do a little bit more work, because I don't really It's alright. It's just down, maybe down here. See this part here. Yeah, it's part of the shell, actually. Fuji. It's just a block out right now. Because it fits directly in, right? Like, so if this part like closes in, it's a direct like matchup. Like it fits, so that the whole thing just looks like a closed tube. That's why I'm like working on the outside. I'm not touching that part, is because it's literally like the same thing. It's an extension. Well, yeah, if it's the same thing as the shell, of course it's gonna have the ridges. It wouldn't look like the same thing if it doesn't have the ridges. If it looks like it would look like it's a different material completely. Okay, I think that's a little bit more workable. Let's go back. T-pose to sub T. Seahorse! Yeah, a little bit. A little bit like that. A little bit. Okay, I need to quickly go to the bathroom and then I will be back. Break is a little early today. And then you also get to have the Monters when I get back. Monty will say hi. Alright, I'll be back in just a few minutes. he is. Here is the boy. Here's Mr. Monters. Oh, who's that? Nasty. Yay! Mr. Monty! Mr. Good Boy. It's been a little bit. It's been a little bit. It's been like a week. It's been a week since he's been on stream. He's becoming more and more demanding, by the way. More and more demanding. Also, yeah, sorry, Savage. Nightbot on this channel for some reason doesn't like 3 emotes. It only likes 2. You can only do 2. Fun is capped on this stream. Alright? Sorry about that. It's not my bot. Yes, he's a good boy. He's a very demanding boy, but he's a good boy. Very good. You saying hi to everybody? No? You're just zoning out? Receiving signals from space? He's receiving good messages from the other dogs on planet D. On planet D. What's his name? Monty. Monty! Unresponsive. Unresponsive. Monty! Monty. Monty. Hello? Hello? Earth to Monty. Unresponsive. Just done. No hands. Wait, actually? Here. You know what? There you go. Here we go. There you go. Here. Say hi to everybody. Just like this. There we go. Hi, chat. Hello. Hello. How are you? It's what you guys want, right? How old is he? He's 8 years old. He's 8 years old, and he's been on this stream, every single time I'm live. Every single time. It's like his thing. Just being manhandled. He loves it. He loves it so much. Love you. Oh my god. Alright. I'm gonna put him back on the ground. Here you go, buddy. You're a good boy. Here, on your throne. There you go. Oh my god. Oh no, I have to go back to ZBrush. I have to go back to ZBrush. It's the ZBrush channel. If you want more Monty, you can come hang out on my stream. I'm live tomorrow as well. My stream is twitch.tv/a_cubed. It is right here. If you want more Monty. EST, 4 to 8 p.m. EST is usually when I'm live. Mondays and Thursdays on that channel. Fridays as well. I play games on Fridays and the weekends, so we're gonna start Control on Friday. We've been playing the Alan Wake series. Wait, sorry, this is like really high up. I've been playing Alan Wake. Met me in a very Alan Wake time in my life. It's just to warn you, it's a lot more unhinged than on these streams. Like, I'm really like chill when I'm on these streams. I do a lot of yelling on my own stream, so if you don't like yelling, you probably won't like me. I can't help it. I yell. I yell. So, just forewarning you. A 4-hour stream with him just sitting there. I actually probably could. He probably would like that. Hi, Professor. I think. Oops. Okay, so these little guys, I think I'm gonna do like really long, spindly, grabby bitties. I'm gonna do that, like little like pseudo fingers, not really like fingers, but like I really wish I could listen to different music while I was on this channel. Be careful though. Don't accidentally like switch the channel to something copyright. Serious mode stream. Yeah, right. I'm in sport mode right now. Some people really like this kind of music though, Merrick. But I don't know. There's no winning. Like if it's pure silence, people don't like that. If it's this, people don't like it, you know. Just like, there's no winning. Just is what it is. The music is for locking in. I'm not really locked in though. It's so rare that I'm actually locked in on stream. It's so rare. The focus is always split, and that's an okay and normal thing. Every time Nightbot like does its thing in this chat, I always think somebody is talking. Every single time. Distracts me. If I'm talking about what I'm doing and what inspo came to my mind, yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm always mentioning things. If you have any questions, like, you just let me know. But to do that for 4 hours straight, it's like, I wouldn't be getting any sculpting done. So, occasionally, here and there, I mention things like, oh, this is what I'm doing with the head, and now I'm trying to get this silhouette, right? But if I'm doing that for every single thing, we would go at a snail's pace. Snail, get it? Slow. Mollusk. You don't have to hard me. You can give me a legitimate, like, wow, that was so funny, good job. You give me like a har. Damn. That was pretty funny. That was pretty good. So I'm kind of doing like little like kind of like spider hands, I think, right now. I like the idea of like these little bits kind of being like there's no like rhyme or reason to like why one would be longer than the other. It kind of gives like that uncanny feeling, and also like they're not like actual hands, so I don't want it to be too much like that, but something that would act as a gripper. You really deliver the art and the LMFAOs. Like, see, I knew that shrimp joke got somebody, or snail joke. Another question: when would you use the H polish versus H smooth? I never use H smooth. Wait, let's see. H smooth. What the hell? Where is that? Where even is that? What even is that? What are you talking about? Smooth? Just, is it a smooth brush? What even is that? S polish? Are you talking about S polish versus H polish? Or S, what is S smooth? Or H smooth? What even is that? I don't know. I like using H polish just because it's like, it literally just like flattens things on like a plane like this. You could also, like, some people prefer trim adaptive though, so trim adaptive, right? For just like pure planar things. if that's what you like, you know? It's good for like rocks and stuff. I like using H polish just because it's kind of it allows you to like move on a surface like this, like an angled surface, and you can kind of build it up as you go. Right? But this is like more organic, so I don't need to worry about that. Tiger Plowshare, yeah. See, look, I knew I got you. I knew I got you guys. I got you good. Do you use Remesh by Union too, or Dynamesh most of the time? Yeah, I'm using Dynamesh most of the time. Remesh by Union usually is like if I have separate pieces that I've already done like a whole lot of detail on, and I need to like attach them, and I don't want to lose that detail, then I'll just do a Remesh by Union. Good example are like fingers and stuff like that, but it's sort of Remesh by Union is a sort of like bandage workflow for me. It's not like something that I'm like actively always using. If I really need to use it, then I will. But a lot of the time, just like a Dynamesh duplicate and reproject all works just fine too. So depends. It depends on the situation. There are some use cases where that's just better. For sure. I'm gonna create like the vent like a spiral as well. Oops. Mesh that. Too high. Too high. Too low. Perfect. What's the use of the thick skin? Thick skin is good if you want to do a bunch of details, or you know, like some, you know what a good example for thick skin is like things like tree bark. So thick skin basically will create a shell over everything that you're doing and create a minimum and maximum that you're able to work in. So if I were to turn on thick skin here and then change it, you can see this inflate and deflate. This is not like actual inflating and deflating. It's just showing you what the maximum of your brush strokes are going to hit. So let's say I wanted to do a thick skin of like, you know, something like that. And then I grab my play buildup because thick skin is on. And then I start working here. You can see it's like, it's hitting that maximum. So if you wanted to do like, you know, a whole bunch of like work on here that's like pattern based, you can do that. It also works in the opposite direction. So holding Alt, you can only go so far down. So it's like, it's really nice for things like layering up like tree bark or something like that, adding in details like filigree, things of that nature. Thick skin can actually be really useful. Just sit there and clickety clack and stuff happens. Yeah, just like, yeah, it's kind of magical. I've got the mollusk in my brain working on overtime, actually. It's pulling all the levers right now. I'm gonna push this in. Sweetness. Yeah, hopefully you learn. Hopefully you learn. Is that the mosquito? If your mosquito looked like this, Marco, I'd be really concerned, dude. Like, why has it got a shell? Why has it got a shell, first of all? But also, maybe, I don't know, you live in like a radiation zone or something like that. Where maybe your mosquitoes are kind of cooked. Or maybe you live in like early man, what was the period of time in like not like pre-dinosaur where the bugs were absolutely massive? It's like it's off of my head right now. Also, how are you doing, Marco? How's it going? How are you today? You guys don't know, Marco just started streaming on the ZBrush channel. He also does creatures, and I know a lot of you ask for, where's the thick creatures? Where are the chunky ones? Marco does some chunky creatures. You could go check out his stream instead of bothering me about that all the time. Maybe you don't want to bother me about it. Maybe you want to go and look at his stuff. Evacuating your home if your mosquitoes look like that? Yeah, I don't know if you'd be doing so hot, dude. I don't know if it would be so good for you if your mosquitoes were all looking like this. First of all, doesn't have wings. Second of all, has hands. Third of all, shell? Brother. The mosquitoes, the mother mosquitoes, they have personalities of their own. They're all individuals and they own mortgages as well. I bet. Here we've got like the opposite problem. Here we've got like massive and like not necessarily like massive like it's not Australia, okay? But we've got pretty big, like sizable house spiders, like about this big, and a lot of them, right? A lot of them. So we don't really have a mosquito problem, nor a fly problem, because we have so many spiders. I'm okay with spiders though, so, you know. You were more relaxed? Yeah, there's nothing to fear. There's nothing to fear here. Except fear itself. These streams are always like really chill. I'm not even like zooming either. I'm just like vibing, dude. Sculpting just for funsies? Yeah, it's just for fun. Just for fun. I'm here mostly just to like answer questions. Chat, have like a co-working session. You know. Not really like doing anything. I'm not trying to like, I don't have any like goal with this per se. I'm just having fun and exploring. Zero stress. You let them make cool webs outside your terrace so they catch the mosquitoes. Yeah, that's a good thing. The thing that really bothers me is because there's so many spiders, it means the spiders are in here. And when I'm working, sometimes they itsy bitsy down onto the Cintiq, which freaks me the hell out. Like, I'm fine with them. I know that they're not gonna hurt me. They're just like existing. But the itsy bitsy down in front of me while I'm working, or God forbid I'm showering and it itsy bitsy's down at me, like, can we not? Like, personal space, you know? And God forbid I don't work at my computer for like 1 day. Because I will come back and there will be a web from my Cintiq to my monitor. Like, what do you mean? This isn't your home. You don't pay rent here. This is my workspace. I took 1 day off. Why is there a web? Who moved in while I was gone? Like, can you not? It's ridiculous. There's so many and like, it's really bad. Once like September hits, up until November, there's just like so many of them, and they're all like mature size too. But no mosquitoes, so you know, can't complain, I guess. Supergirl. Is that how that works? Isn't that Spider-Man? Like like I would have to like get bit by a spider. Spiders here aren't really like venomous like that. Like, you know, because venomous spiders exist around the world that would actually give you Spider-Man powers. Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. No. Spider. No. I don't think that would happen for me. I don't think I'm a protagonist. I think I'm a side character. Like, I don't see myself being a protagonist. So if anything, I would like invite somebody over, they'd get bit by the spider, and then they would become the protagonist, you know what I mean? Watching you with no emotes and no ads is just not right. Yeah, I'm also not screaming. It's kind of weird, right? Like, I'm so, like... Who is she? So how are you doing, comics? Damsel in distress. What distress? What distress? Where is my distress? In order to be a damsel in distress, there has to be distress. There is no distress. It's just vibes right now. There is no distress, there's no stress, there's no there is only vibes. There we go. That's like a really like cooked looking hand. Cooked hand, not hand thing, you know what I mean? That was the Ash Master. Maybe just Ash, not Master. Side character, remember? I'm like having one of those days where I'm just like, overstimulated by my hair. Get. I just want to, you know? Okay. Anyways. Sorry. Not my channel. Don't scream. No screaming. I feel like the more time goes on and I'm streaming on my channel more and more, longer and longer, or it's gonna be hard to like switch between like chilled out over here. Stressed vibes? No, there's no stressed vibes. Listen to the music. It's relaxed. I'm sculpting nice and slow. Everything's a vibe. You know, it's good. Dr. Doom. Dr. Doom. I don't follow any of that anymore. Creating some kind of a joint right here. A joint. The legal kind. I'll do the same thing, I think, right here. Let me know if anybody has any questions as I'm going. Whoa, I just got so disoriented. Holy, where is that even? Oh my god. What a weird shape. That made me think that it was upside down, but also, like, I was on top of it at the same time. I was very confused for a second. Pull that in like that. Give it kind of like a multi-layer thing here. What was the tool I used to make the tendrils? I'm just using the curve tube. I just use the curve tube and then I split them off. Split by masked. Which, split by masked I have on my UI right here, but you can get it down in the subtool. So, tool, subtool, split by masked. Because anytime that you draw out a tube, it will mask anything else that is in the subtool with it. And then you can just split them off that way. Fingernails, would you always make them as separate subtools? If I'm just doing a quick sketch, then I don't really care and I'll just like carve them in. But if it is, you know, something that I want to be able to move around a little bit more and have more control over the shape of everything, then yeah, I'll split it off, especially if it needs to be its own material within the context of the film and animation pipeline. Separate is usually the way to go. However, if you're making it for a game, depending on the poly count limitations, sometimes you're going to want to have it as a singular mesh, and then you just simply UV the shell of that, which would create a new material for it. But it would be a single mesh. So it really depends what your final goal is. Oh my god, my light is freaking out. What the hell? Am I haunted? Do you see it, like, doing its thing in the background? Wait, is it doing it? Is it still doing it? I'm haunted. Scratch is coming to get me. Hey Eduardo, how's it going? Haunted, there's always dragging of chairs from above you at night at 2 a.m. Do you have neighbors? If you don't have neighbors, then yeah, you're haunted. GG's. write your will. This should actually, I'm gonna like simplify that a little bit. And then this one, I'll have it morphing in and down, I think. This, like in and down. Maybe have it like more spiral even as well, like twist it just a bit more. That would be interesting, and then each one of those can have that. All right, let's do one of these guys. Split that off. There's a method to the madness. Promise you. So these guys right here, I'm gonna be duplicating them around. Usually what ends up happening is I'll create a base first, as you saw. Create a base first, and then from said base, I will end up up-resing like one of them, and then I'll duplicate things around. It's the same sort of thing that I do when it comes to posing stuff, like doing things that are in pose. Live Boolean? Yeah. Yeah, I love live Boolean. Whenever I need to get a hole in something real quick, you know? Okay. Yeah, anytime I need to get like a hole somewhere really quick, live Boolean is there for me. Is there for me. So if it were to pull all of these things back into its shell, I just gotta think about that for a second. this area, I guess it could be kind of like these are a little bit more of the retractable, so this could technically come in. And they would all like kind of like fit inside the shell. Could make that more retractable, yeah, here. Needs to be kind of smooth though. These guys right here. I'm gonna save because I'm gonna do something that might absolutely explode again. Can't have that. Let's do. Do this. Else. Do, 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 do. So these are gonna be retractable. So what I'm gonna do to create a tube structure. Here. Pull all of these in. At least just to like this part. So the idea would be like in like that, and then that would be able to bend. So I'll have a few tubes, and the tubes will look cool too. Be like a tube up here. Let me get Z intensity. Sell the tubular action. I think I'm actually gonna time mesh this. Time mesh it. That. The other 100. No. There we go. I think that looks kind of cool. Then we can have multiples of those. This stuff, though, probably. I need to probably attach these guys via Dynamesh as well. Do that. Where is this one? Here, this one's here, and here. Okay. Merge down. Merge down. Okay. And we'll give it a like a Dynamesh. Augie, yeah, you have to behave here. You have to behave here. No screaming. No yelling. This isn't my channel. You have to be good. How you doing? That's pretty normal, Augie. It's pretty normal. I'm doing alright. Just making like a arm type thing that I'm gonna duplicate around. Can you walk the fun in? Is this not good enough for you? I've been quietly marching along. Like if anybody has any questions, like feel free to ask. It's kind of the reason why I do these. Because like on my own channel, I'm a little bit of like I go off on like random tangents, and it's not really like, yeah, I'm doing sculpting and stuff, but it's not always like art. So if you guys have like questions that I haven't been able to answer before, go ahead and ask. Fine. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Stop eating too much. Stop doing that. Every time you come in chat, Thirsty, you're always telling me you either ate or drank too much. When will you learn? When will you learn? What do you think the sculpt material tastes like? Clay. Or, if we're being super literal about it, like electric parts. Eating your computer. You don't think you ever will? Alright, well, it's alright. That's alright. That's alright. I think maybe like the 100th time is the charm. You'll figure it out by then. Oops. Oh. I'll do it again. Perfect. Now I just gotta do that for all the other ones. And duplicate that around. You know? How long did it take me to get to this level of good? Wow. Well, first off, thank you. Appreciate it. When did I start doing 3D? Is amazing how much you can do in less than 3 hours. Yeah, I mean, I think this is actually, like, for a lot of the stuff that I end up doing within this amount of time, I'm working pretty relaxed today. Not trying to, like, you know, whatever. But this is a pretty relaxed pace. I think, you know, everybody, you could actually go faster than this. But I've been doing this for over a decade, for sure. It's been a while. And a lot of, like, garbage that I used to do, kind of, like, helped with the speed of things as well. The more you understand a subject matter that you're trying to approach, the easier it is to do things quickly. And like, speed as well doesn't really, like, mean everything either. Like, it kind of just naturally starts to happen. I know that there's, like, a lot of the time, like, people start to, you know, they start sculpting and, like, they start thinking, like, I gotta go as fast as possible. Like, I need to, like, work on, like, my speed. I need to do drills in order to get faster. I'm gonna be honest with you, like, speed just comes from mostly, like I'd say 80% of your speed comes from your understanding of the subject matter that you're approaching. So if you really understand human anatomy, you're going to be able to put those things down really fast, no matter what, right? Like, you don't have to, like, push yourself to be like, you know, try hard or anything. And you can be more relaxed about stuff. If you don't know a subject matter that well, you're going to find things become pretty stressful when you're trying to push yourself to be really, really fast, because you're trying to pull for, like, information out that you don't have, and you're just going to end up redoing things over and over again and not being confident with the shapes that you put down. So if you understand your subject matter, the speed will naturally come. Does that make sense? So if you want to get really fast, then do like your anatomy studies and studies of things that you have an interest in doing, right? Like, if you're interested in plants, do plant studies, like sculpt a bunch of plants, you know? If you're interested in fish, sculpt a load of fish, right? Do your reference sculpts of fish. Don't, like, sit down and be like, I'm gonna do a speed sculpt of this thing. it might help you, but you're just putting like a lot of stress on yourself for something when a lot of this is going to come from, like, I would say, like, honestly, like 80% of your speed and all of that comes from your ability to observe something and absorb, get a larger visual library, basically. And the same thing goes for your your style as well. Your style will develop that way. Just over time, the things that you lean into, you know, what is interesting for you, to you specifically. When people would call things studies, that always threw you off. The word turned you off of it for the longest time, but I realized it's just attempting to replicate art while being conscious of how it was done rather than no brain. Yeah, so if you're not aware of like the terminology when you first get into all of this, some things might seem weird to you. Like somebody calling, like me, I'm calling this a sketch, but for some people this would be their finished work, right? But to me, it is a sketch. So sketch means something that you're doing quick. You're just sitting down, you're just like getting it out. It's like your first pass of something. It's like a sketch. A study is something that you are literally studying. You're grabbing reference and you're trying to learn from it in some way, right? And that could be a one-to-one replication. It could be an inference, right? Where you're literally just, you're referencing something and you're grabbing parts of it. And it could be a style study, where you're trying to observe and understand, maybe not replicate, but borrow. So study can mean a lot of different things when it comes to reference. If you're using any kind of reference at all, there is a level of study that you're doing with that, right? But a dedicated study piece usually is something that you are replicating or trying to replicate or learning from in some way, shape, or form. It's not like, you know, nobody should be going out of their way to say, yeah, this is mine. Like, I am, like, you know, like, I came up with this idea. If they're doing a study, unless it's like a, like, you know, something more conceptual, right? If somebody's doing a master study, right? Like, you're in painting class, we would do this, is you take an old master's work, and then you try to copy an old master's work. That person shouldn't then be putting that online and being like, I did this from the ground up, like this is mine 100%. It should be always labeled a study. So people labeling things as studies is actually a good thing, right? Yeah, no problem. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here, to talk, to yap, not to like rush through a piece. When people called it a study, it felt like you'd have to be sitting there analyzing the shapes, composition, the flow, etc. But all of that at once is overwhelming, and it feels like sitting in a classroom focusing on theory to you, when in reality it's more like, think about, oh, I like how they did hands, and then just trying to figure out how to draw them similar. Yeah, you can just pick bits and pieces of things. When, like, I think if you, maybe not you now, Thirsty, I'm not talking, like, this is not, like, me directing to you specifically. I'm just sort of saying that, like, people who come into art from other fields, they're new to art in general, that mentality, that mindset, that freedom is not yet instilled. A lot of other fields, a lot of, you know, things that we would be doing in school, for example, you know, different workplace scenarios, a lot of it's very rigid. When it comes to art, you have to completely break that. Like, concept and everything, you need a level of freedom, you know? You need a level of, like, I'm just gonna pick and choose things. I'm gonna do this here, I'm gonna do that there, I'm gonna, you know, this idea of rules as well doesn't necessarily apply. When people say there are rules to art, they are loose, right? It's a generalized suggestion that does work, but it doesn't mean you have to follow that specifically. When it comes to what it is that you want to do with your art, it's very important that you start to figure this out. Now, what I'm saying can sound a little bit like crazy, especially to somebody who's coming in wanting that rigidity, right? There's a lot of people who want, like, very strict, like, structure, like, this is how you do it. There's a right and a wrong. The truth to art is that it is subjective and there is no right and wrong, right? When you make a goal, though, within that goal, you can be more successful and less successful to a large or niche audience. So that's the difference, is it's a very, like, gradient kind of area to explore of whether, you know, something is successful within your target audience or yourself or the message that you're trying to get across or the product that you're trying to create, rather than, like, did you do the job or not, right? It's not a, like, a 1 or a 0. It's not a, are you, you know, following these direct rules and getting this set of rules done. It's a different mindset, and you have to choose what path you want to go down, and that path is going to keep changing too, which can also be very frustrating for people getting into this, because what you start doing as a beginner is going to inevitably change as you keep doing things down your career. Like, you're not going to stay doing head studies and only head studies. You're not going to just stay there. You're going to be changing. Your subject matter is going to be changing. It's going to be evolving. You're going to change styles. You're going to change even mediums, right? You're going to keep changing as you go. It's a very different way to think about things, and you have to be comfortable. You're just early on comfortable with this idea of change, and that when you are referencing something, it's not a bad thing. You're not copying. You're learning. You're expanding your visual library. And that's a good thing, and you need to do that. And don't stress. You need to just keep doing stuff. Find things that you like, do that. Do a lot of things that you like, because that's also part of it. Now, art at its core, and I'm not talking about getting a job in the industry and working for a specific company here. Like, these are, like, push that aside. When you're doing art and you're trying to find yourself as an artist, trying to find the things that you like to do, it's at its core self-expression. Right? Self-expression, not other people's expression, not what you think other people want to do. It's you. You are the artist. You are going to do, there is an inherent selfishness to that you have to just be comfortable with. It's okay to self-indulge and do the things that you want to do. Just make sure that you're within your goal, right? Whatever that may be, is you're flexible. Don't be super rigid with it. Otherwise, you're not going to grow. You're not going to have a good time, and you're going to get very frustrated with yourself, because art is different than a lot of other fields, right? Yeah, it's very different. It's very different, and it takes a lot of unlearning. For me personally, I went through, like, I've been doing art my whole life. When I was a kid, my parents were very different. My dad was very artsy fartsy. Just do what you want. Throw the paint at the canvas. My mom was totally different. Business minded. Here's some tracing paper. trace the Pokemon cards. Totally different ways, totally different approaches, right? I didn't enjoy the tracing paper route. I found that was very like, here's the end goal, here's the fastest way to get to that end goal. There's no in between. For me, I find that art is the best when you explore that whole in between. Art to me is that in between, right? The end goal, you can get there, sure, with a lot of quick ways. But how do you get there is a really important stage that I think a lot of people that are very like A to Z focused and rigid, like you go through the alphabet to get there, like linearly, they miss that in between. Like all of the magic that can happen on the in between that can create a very different result at the end as well, because you are exploring, having fun in that in between. But that rigidity can really like stifle your creativity. It can stifle your growth. So you have to find a good balance there. You want to always be able to get to that end, right? You want to know that you can finish projects, but don't be afraid to get messy on the in-between. Don't be afraid to get things messed up if it means that you now know you don't like that route and you can go somewhere else. Like, it's okay. That's kind of the point. You want to explore. If you stop exploring, you stop having fun, then your art's just gonna stay still, and that's not good. Because if you look at anybody, any famous artist's art career, their art never stayed the same. There's a reason why painters had different periods, right, throughout their lives. Like, here's the paintings that this person created during this era, here's the paintings they created during this era, etc., etc. Because that is what it is to be an artist, is to grow and change and adapt and evolve, do all these things. You just become a different person. Your art becomes a different thing as well. And that's okay. That's a good thing. Are you replicating existing things? Probably good to draw those things so you figure out how they are depicted. That's reference. Yeah. Yeah, learning how to use reference as more of like a suggestion as well is a whole other thing. Like, there's a lot I could talk about in terms of like direct copying versus actual observation versus using it as inspiration, right? Like, there's like an entire world there that I could talk about that would require like its own dedicated video. Like, that's its own thing. A whole thing. It's a whole different, like, different mentalities, different ways to approach things. You got to break down a lot of those barriers for yourself, though. Like, if you're telling yourself you can't do this, like, dude, it's art. You can do it. You can, actually. Unless you're in a production pipeline where you have specific rules for things that you need to do, you can do what you want. If you're in a production, though, then there are rules. Because that's a production. You're in an assembly line then, right? If you're working at a studio on an asset, I'm not talking about like, you know, R&D for, you know, before projects are greenlit or anything like that. I'm talking about like, okay, here's the concept, do this. Like, you're in an assembly line now. Yes, you can be creative within that assembly line to a degree, but you're in an assembly line. Like, there is a yes and a no. Right? That's a production. When it comes to your own thing, that's different. That's different. You can do what you want. Studio asks for horse, you give them cow, you're screwed. You're done. You're a faulty part of the machine. You're not a gear that's ticking properly. They're gonna try to oil you, and if you don't want to be oiled, then you're out, right? Like, that's how it works. I'm wondering, no, I'm gonna keep these like spiky, but these ones I'm gonna keep. No, no, Thirsty. Not on this stream. No. Bad. I'm gonna get the spray bottle. Also, hi! Oh my god, Flop, I missed your message. I'm so sorry. How are you doing, dude? How's it going? I wish I could mod you here so you could spray bottle Thirsty. Okay, for anybody wondering what I'm even talking about, I'm referring to my own stream, by the way. I'm sorry. They're saying weird things. It's because it's from my stream, okay? I apologize on their behalf. I don't hate you! Oh my goodness. Flop, what the hell? Your name was just the same color as Nightbot to me. I thought it was just the same color. Like, I thought it was just Nightbot still doing Nightbot. If you were a rebellious artist and you got into a job and they asked for a horse and you give them a cow, then they kind of beat you down and say, no, you have to make a horse. Like, yeah, I mean, the first job that I was at, which this studio no longer exists, but because I've always been quite outspoken. I mean, I like streaming. I like talking. I have opinions, right? When the first job that I got as a junior, and I did a really good job there too. Like they wanted to promote me to lead very quickly, which was crazy. Like the studio was I was doing a lot of overtime there and stuff. Like, it's not that I was not a good worker when I say these things. It was that I was very outspoken about things that I thought were right and wrong. For example, the fact that I couldn't share on my portfolio NDA things. And I would speak about this within the studio. And I still remember one of the art directors for another production coming over and angrily telling me that I need to be quiet, stop complaining about that, go home after I was done my like 10-hour day, by the way, go home and then work on my portfolio in my free time, because nothing I do at this studio will ever make it to my portfolio, and that's just the way that it is. And that's how he got his work, how he got his job as well. And I was like, so that's wrong as hell. That's really wrong as that's wrong as hell, right? And then I also got talking to from a couple of producers, and then eventually HR as well, and so I had to stop, but I was still doing so much work for them. So they kind of don't like that. A lot of places, like larger places, they kind of really don't like that. That was like my first job. I still remember that. And at that time, I was already going home and streaming, right? I was already doing that and working after I would get off. Like, I had zero social life. Like, that's what they were saying. Like, yes, you need to grind, you know? And I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that culture, like already the overtime and everything like that. I think it's too much. It's too much. Hey Murph, how are you doing? And do you use a contract demons? With demons, you gotta read the fine print. It doesn't matter when you're getting your first job, like, you're gonna sign anything, dude. You're gonna sign anything. And if I'm being real with you, like, this industry, like, that was at an animation studio, and this industry is not Like, you would assume that they're pro artists. They're really not a pro individual artist. A lot of places don't want to share their workers, so they will not allow you as well to share the stuff that you were working on. That's why you have like all these people like doing like password protected stuff and all that kind of stuff. And also why you don't see a lot of my old work and on my website, like all under NDA, is very like, hey, if you're working for like larger places, they can be very intense about it. And you know, people like to say, oh, you have control over what like you do with the contract, to a degree. Now less so than ever, right? Because like the more saturated the market is, the less control any individual artist has over what they can and can't demand inside of a contract. So why does this have turn that off? Hey, Steph. I agree. But that's what they were saying. That's been my experience in the industry. They expire after a time, yeah, like five years. Some of them are 10. Some are just 1. Your first contract for an indie game company you worked for in a month in an unpaid internship, then worked 30 days, and they had a 45-day cushion to pay contractors, so you worked 3.5 months before you got your first that's crazy. That's crazy, Hamster. Oh my god. I'm sorry. You get those annoying NDAs where the client gets to post the work publicly, but not even the studio, or you can say that you worked on it. Yep. I've been there. Oh, I've been there. Or worse, you see like somebody else in the studio taking credit for the things that you've done because they're allowed, but you're not. Oh, it's cool. That's cool too. So I work on my own stuff and I post my own art online. That's what I do because I like it personally. I have the time to do that. Not everybody does though, so it can be pretty suffocating for some people in the industry when they realize I have to work on my portfolio on top of all of the stuff that you've already been doing at work. Can be pretty suffocating. Like, what do you mean you're not working on your portfolio piece? Like, this is like, again, like what I said, like this industry is a lot different than a lot of other places that you would work because it's almost like a vocation. Like being an artist, right, is a vocation, but now it's been commodified. And so you're not really doing it for yourself, you're doing it to get work, but you have to dedicate your life to it. You know, it's pretty crazy. The amount of work that you have to put in as a professional artist versus like what the actual industry jobs are like, you know what I mean? In comparison to like normal job ladders, where and like, you know, even like giving titles to things, right? You know, in our industries, animation and games, you have like junior, intermediate, maybe senior, and then lead, and then I guess you could like branch off into a completely different thing, go into like management, production, maybe art direction, you know, but it doesn't really like, you hit a cap a lot earlier than some of the other places. In customer service for 17 years and finish going back to college for your degree in game art and design. You're 56 now, and you have your own IMDb page with lots of movies. Look at you. Get it, dude. This is what I mean. Like, you can do things at, like, any point if you really want to. So that's awesome, dude. I'm really happy that you were able to figure that out. Good for you. Good for you, dude. But that like 3.5 months before getting your first contract payment is like very indicative of the industry. Anyways, I've been yapping too much. Also, if I'm not clear, everything that I'm saying is of my mouth and my opinions, not Maxon. I can't be too close with these ones. Do you see the vision? Do you see the vision? I hope so. I hope you see the vision. Are you feeling it, SpongeBob? Dues were paid. Yeah. Yeah. You got in, dude. Hell yeah, man. Hell yes. And it's like, it's even more impressive to me that you did that like older, because the older I get, I can't imagine like grinding the way that I used to in order to get like my first job and my second job, etc. Like that's like, it's like tiring me out just thinking about it. So I'm really happy that you were able to figure that out for yourself. It is possible. Hydrate. Hi, Leonard. Hi, Leonard. I'll save in a sec. Okay, I'll move those individually. And this guy. Don, what's up, dude? How you doing? Whole gang's here. The whole gang. He went through 4 interviews with Monolith Soft to work as an animator on Shadow of Mordor. Oh, the classic. The classic. It was over a month-long process. I made it through external recruiter, internal recruiter, art director interviews, and then the last interview was with the lead animator who didn't like you and said you weren't a good fit. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and then they were also, yeah. Nope. Warner Bros. You know, it happens, but I'm glad that you were able to like figure it out though and get in there. Can be really harsh, that's for sure. You're out of the attic. I think you lost 10 pounds sweating. Sauna in the attic, Leonard. Were you still laying down your internet cables? Started looking for a new job, and the very first posting you found had 3 mentions of working under pressure, either the position you would apply for. Yeah, it's all like that right now. It's all like that. It's wild, man. Like anything, you gotta take the job that you need to make money with, right? And then in whatever way, in whatever radical way you can, try and find a way to relax, because everywhere is kind of like getting a cushy job right now is like good for you if you do it. You know, honestly, like apply to a government job. Apply to work for the government. I feel like at this point it might be the best bet if you want time off. 140 Fahrenheit, 60 Celsius, and why were you up there? Don't do that. Sorry, no yelling. This is not a yelling stream. Make me yell. What? Oh, did I move these by accident? Aww. I moved them by accident. Okay, I gotta reposition them. That's sad. Dang it. I should have saved. Where was this guy positioned before? Something like this. Well, I can't do that precisely. Hold up. I have a position here. Power for a couple of ceiling fans. You're never going up there again. Yeah, you shouldn't. That's crazy. This is like thinking about going up into a 60°C attic sounds like I'm done. I'm done with this mortal coil. You only work through agents now. You don't even bother looking at LinkedIn is full of like work for free, or you get a cut of our company. It's all like startups or bots. Overall, you're pretty happy with all your experiences. Got laid off in mid-2023 during VFX crash in Hollywood. Unable to find employment since. Now you're launching your own game on Steam. You got your own game going too. Dude, hell yeah, man. Good for you. I'm glad you're making something of like the poo puddle, you know? In the end, the studios only listen to recruiters these days. So there's like there's like weird stuff happening. Like if you're applying through online portals to like large companies and stuff, a lot of the time they're using some sort of like internal AI like screening thing. Like that was a problem for a while where like this is actually something you can look up. There was like an AI resume screening service a lot of companies were using that was simply writing off certain resumes as like a don't even bother for a whole year type thing, and then that would affect like every single application of that same resume type if it was like recognized as the same person. And it was just like writing people off like crazy. So like there was like a really big problem with that for a while. I don't know if it's still a problem, but there are a lot of like things where like they just have like auto screening. So if there's like certain keywords or whatever in your resume, it'll just poop, it'll poop, you know, which is pretty frustrating. And then a lot of the time too, like if you see a posting online, certain places like California, for example, they need to legally post that, but it's not an actual real job posting. They're just looking for somebody, like they're just like switching around something internally. Like somebody will be moving from one team to another or whatever, and so you might see like senior like environment artist or something like that pop up, but then you know they might actually not even be looking for that. It's just legally they have to put that up. So like there's a whole bunch of like different things happening that kind of like kneecap you when you're applying to places online. So I don't really have like good advice because I haven't been actively doing that recently. So I don't want to give advice of this is how you get past all of that. I think that maybe there are some other people on this channel that might be able to give you better advice for landing studio jobs and things of that nature. I don't think that that would be me. If anything, I'm here to just talk art, talk ZBrush, that sort of a thing. But actual like industry, getting the job, and like specifically what should your portfolio look like, I think there are better people than me to talk about that, you know? I don't want to lead anybody astray. Oh yeah, lots of ghost jobs. Yeah. You can't teach you how to start a fire with 2 sticks. Rub them really hard. Like, really hard. Make sure that they're not moist, though. You can't do it with moist sticks. You need dry sticks. Just rub them really hard. You might get lucky. Think about the experience. God. No sitting on your hands, always moving. Well, I'm happy it's working for you, dude. And good luck with your game launch, too. Yeah, Steph. Yeah. Bamboo for the FDM. Elgu for the resin. Oh, you're thinking of getting... Oh my god, why a business loan to buy 3D printers? Just make sure that you're able to pay that off. Yeah, even if they have somebody in mind. Exactly, Leonard. It is a legality in a few places. I was just referencing California because I know for sure that's where that happens. Ghost jobs, yeah. One thing you did on LinkedIn was just set your settings to sort of latest and view only from the last 24 hours, and you can quickly check every day for anything of worth without getting cataracts from scrolling 8 hours. Cataracts. Oh my god. It do be like that too. Okay, I'm gonna do a little bit of work here, I think. Actually, first things first. I will duplicate this one more time. Wait, duplicate. Watch this. You watching, Mom? No handlebars. I can ride. You guys remember that song? I can ride my bike with no handlebars. Dang it! What did I just do? No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Go back. It's fine. Ah! Starting to lose it. Starting to lose the plot. It's over. It's over for me. This is like a flea, but giant. Did I save? Oh, Leonard! True! You're so truing. Here, I'll save. You did a button. Add a button to ZBrush that orders coffee delivered to your house. That would be nice. Contact Paul. Just create a life coaching PDF and become basically alpha male guru. I think that's like my worst nightmare, is becoming like just like people referring to me as like a guru. I don't. No. 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 I can't. It skipped leg day. It doesn't need leg day. It needs arms. Only arms. Only arms. That's how you were hired at Disney? They wrote the job description that only I could fit? There you go, Leonard. You consider starting a business? Right. Right. I'm just making sure that you're able to like pay that off. As long as it's not like it doesn't have like crazy interest, right? The Z Summit for like 5 years. Where's Joseph? Joseph, I think, went to work back in the industry. I don't know what he's doing now, but he was like, yeah, I kind of want to just like go be a dev again, which is cool. Once heard 3D modeling is 10% modeling, 90% rotating the camera. Yeah, it can be. It can definitely be, especially when I'm like here on like when I'm streaming, like the amount of times that I'll just like, you can see like I just stop and then I just start like moving things around because like as I'm talking, it's easier for me to get like more complex topics out. If I'm just like talking about whatever it is that I'm doing at a time, like that's fine. But if I'm trying to like talk about something a little bit more serious, usually I'm pausing and rotating. Don't use AI. I recommend you just don't. I recommend not. What kind of a question is that? Oh my god. You only ever had one hyper specialized job in your career working for a bank that is arguably so hard for most people starting out that they can't handle the steep learning curve. Odd thing, after I left, they closed the position because you didn't work there anymore, and everyone else they hired quit within the month of starting. Isn't that yeah. I understand that. I understand that, Dawn. There's a lot of places that are like that. They're like, yeah, you're replaceable, then you leave, and it's just like, we have to completely restructure. Can you walk in? Can you? Can you? I'm tired of hearing you talk, and yet I keep asking you questions. got the little grabby hands out front. Max on stream must test Thirsty's limits. I think so. I think so. It also, to be fair, tests mine. I have to keep reminding myself not to scream. If you do it, guys, if you do end up following me for more ZBrush streams on my channel, just keep in mind I scream. I yell. I don't care. I will yell. Sometimes. Happens. I don't care. So just keep that in mind. If you don't want that, stay away. What's wrong with AI? Oh, you've been under a rock then, huh? Ooh, this is a heavy Dynamesh. The yelling is why you have a 35 street. Hey, Logan. Yeah, the game streams are fun. I enjoy them. Are you guys ready for Control on Friday? Are you ready? Ready and waiting. Locked and loaded. This song makes me need to go to the bathroom. No, it's actually bothering me. No. No. Costco to get snacks for Friday. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's gonna be a good stream. It's gonna be a good time. I'm gonna get my reading voice ready because I already know there's gonna be like... It's gonna be a yap sesh. I already know. Considering what the first, like, what all the Alan Wake games were. Dress like you're ready for battle. I don't have a suit of armor. What do I do if I don't have a suit of armor? print one. Do you think I could within the amount of time that I have until stream? I don't think so. I have FDM printer. How long do I intend on streaming on Friday? Check in live, but you work in the evening? Oh, no worries, nerdy. I'll probably go at least 4 hours. Usually, the game streams usually go, though. You know what I mean? Like, I usually get in it. If it's a good game, I'm in it. And it's probably just gonna go. So, I'll probably start at, like, 4 or 5. 5. Maybe 6. I'll announce when I'm starting. I think it's 6 on the Friday. It'll be 6. Yeah, 6 p.m. It'll be 6 on Friday. Yes. 6 p.m. EST. Yes. Sorry, I had to think about that for a second. Thinking of what I had to do. It'll be 6 p.m. EST on Friday. But yeah, if you can't make it, there's also the VODs, right? I know it's like, oh well, being there live is like fun, but there's also the VODs. VODs. I actually have VODs for everything. Even if you're following here, like definitely follow the Maxon channel wherever you're watching, right? Like follow the Maxon ZBrush. Follow them because like over on their live they've got a whole bunch of like Marco was yesterday. He's new here. He sculpts like from a sphere as well. Ian streams, Heather streams, Mike, Shane, right? Andre. There's lots of people here that do their like there's lots of VODs, so definitely check that out. But then I also have 2 YouTubes. Oh. Okay. Outside wants to be involved. Outside wants to be involved, so despite Outside also wanting to be involved, here are like I've got the art VODs on this YouTube, which is right here. And then the gaming VODs that I also have for my game streams are right here. So if you wanted to check out any of that, feel free. And then my actual stream is right here. I don't know who this is. This is my stream. A cubed. Yeah, yeet. And if you missed any of those links, you can always go and grab any of my socials from acubed.art/links right below. How do you typically sculpt hair for characters? I will usually put down like one block of clay and then sculpt out like giant chunks in the directionality of like the general hairstyle. It can be messy. And then I'll start to refine with smaller chunks, etc. And then usually I'll throw in some curved tubes for extra strands on top of that. Do I have my own stream deck? I do have my little guy. See? I got it all set up. That's why I was able to pull up all that stuff so fast. As opposed to like you're probably used to be on the stream being like, hold on guys, I gotta show you something. Hold on. Wait, I gotta pull this. And now I'm just like, haha, look at it. Oh. I can switch scenes so easy. Look at this. You just go, oh my gosh. We're gonna go back. I don't even have to click anything on my computer. So cool. When you were in uni, they wanted you to do a presentation on some ZBrush stuff you were doing, and your presentation style was practically the same tone and pace of an ass ZBrush. Oh, that's good then. You could do little tutorials. What a show off. Hi, Kate. Spoopy season? Is it spoopy season already? Candy is in stores. It's not spooky season yet. Joseph Druss and Michael Pavich's voice rang in your head daily. I think a lot of us were, yeah. Yep. A lot of us. Formative. We're on 4 hours. Oh my god, yes. Easy muting now too. Gosh. I can sneeze without worrying. I can be fast with it now. Thank you. Let me just quickly check if like anybody is after me. If there's nobody after me, I'll just go for an extra 15 minutes. Nobody's after me. No. We're good. Okay, I'll just go for an extra 15 minutes. Try and get this wrapped. Doggo allowed on the mat? Yeah, we had some Monty time. Monty has always been on since the beginning of time, man. Since I've been streaming here for a while, I've always brought Monty on stream. Monty even was at the ZBrush summit a few years. No, it was like a promo video we had to record. I just had him in my lap. We played at the summit. Does he have ZBrush merch? He does not. I do. I do. Right now, Ezio is taking up my ZBrush cup because he can't stand by himself, but I've got some ZBrush merch. What advice would you give to an intermediate sculptor to improve to a professional level? Practice. Practice. If you're intermediate, I guess you already have, like, you know, all of the fundamentals down. It really does just come down to practicing. Going from your like breaking through, you need like a lot of aha moments, and to do that you need to get really serious about your studies. Like really serious about the studying. See where in your sculpts that you're already doing, like where is it, like what are you lacking exactly? Compare and contrast with artists that you admire and see, like, is it like maybe the level of detail? Like how do you get to that level of detail? A lot of it just comes down to, like, you just need to keep practicing. Keep moving. It's kind of a vague question. Eight hours or so every weekday doing anatomy studies and working on projects. Practice makes perfect. Yeah, it's not necessarily like the time specifically either, but rather like the quality of what you're doing. So that's why I say like observation at that point is like really important. So if you can step back from what you're doing and try to identify specifically like what about your work is lacking compared to where you want to be, is where you're gonna start finding more success. Ah! Freak me out. Do you have a benchmark for professional standard? Yeah, me personally, no, and it really depends on like when you say professional, you're going to be talking about a few different things, right? Like professional in what context too? Like professional as like a self-made artist, and you are professional because you support yourself with your own art. Professional as in like an animation studio wants to hire you, professional as in like preschool wants to hire you, professional as in you know, you want to work at a toy company, professional as like, you know, like there's so many different benchmarks. So it depends on what your goal is. Like I was talking about rigidity earlier, right? It really just depends on what your goal is, and then where you want to see yourself and your art reflected. Like professional means like you're working and earning from it, right? So if you want like a certain like level of like a certain level of skill, doesn't always mean like looking specifically too professional. Rather, what is your goal with said art? Trying to create little oogly booglies right now. It's the scientific name for these as well. It's the oogly boogly, if you didn't know. Monty's a diva, so he only agrees to be on camera for the Monty time break, no overtime. Yeah, he is. It's true. But Monty time can go very long if he wants it to be long. You know what I mean? What was the first sculpt in ZBrush you made that I was proud of? That changes so frequently. Like, proud? There was a few things that I made that I was like, hell yeah, this is awesome. And then like the next week I was like, this sucks because I learned how like a new tool worked or something. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's hard to say. Yeah, exactly, Seth. Exactly. Sculpt looks amazing. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate. I appreciate. Okay, I'm just gonna give this the coloring that I was doing before. Let's go swap it over. What I wanted to use. Let's grab. Where's my mats? Me mat. Me mat. I'll just use this flat material for the whole thing right now. Nope. And these guys can be like a darker. Actually, no. Let's do red. Hey, mister. You just blew your breaker? Yo! After all that work in your attic? Do you have to go back up? Dude, at this point, just call somebody. Just call someone. Just a little shock. Are you good? Did you, like... You good, dude? Did you hurt yourself? What? What do you mean a shock? You got shocked? Do I need to call someone? Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters. Go change his, go fix his electrical wiring. Shocking news. A shocking development. Okay, I'm almost done here. Just wanted to make sure I could get this kind of like in a kind of finished state before I ended stream. Because I was doing so much talking, and I wasn't really like sculpting at full speed ahead today. Hibbity hibbities. If Serg wanted to play piano. You shut off the breaker? Okay, good. If you're good, right? Thanks, Flop. Thanks, Flop. Yeah. I think it could probably use a little bit more, but from a distance, I think it reads pretty decent. The colors read pretty decent. I think that it could use some more contrast. But I'm gonna call it here, I think, because I need to end stream. It's been 4 hours. And I'll be live tomorrow on my own channel. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Wait, how am I gonna fit this one on the screen, dude? Hold up. Yo, god dang. Oh shoot, we did it. Oh, maybe I should do perspective then. I didn't have him in perspective. Let's give him a little bit of pizzazz. Hold on here. He's like, it's kind of like he's riding a motorcycle. You know what I mean? You can kind of see that, right? It's like kind of riding a motorcycle, like a Harley. Hell yeah. There we go. Now he's on the screen. Heck yeah. Good night, Spicy. This could be Magic the Gathering. It would be cool to work on a card at some point. That would be really cool. Look forward to some yelling. Lose control during your stream. I'm not playing Control tomorrow. Tomorrow we're just sculpting. We're sculpting. It's a sculpting stream on my channel. And a yelling. Yeah, a chopper. That's what it is. Acadian. Thank you. Yeah, it does look like that, right? He looks like a motorcycle. He does have his own wheel. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Okay. Just so that I do the sign off here for everybody. If you are not already following Maxon wherever you are watching them, follow Maxon because there's a lot of other streamers that do really amazing work on this channel. This is not my channel. I stream over on my own channel. But this, I show up here every once in a while, kind of like once a month at this point, but I'm streaming on my channel very regularly. So if you do want more of me, you can go ahead and check out my good acube.art/links in the chat. Hold on, I just gotta get it for you. I actually have to type it. Amazing. There you go. It's already Thursday for you? Yeah. Yeah, or you can just like follow me on twitch.tv/a_cubed, which I can grab here. There you go. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I will be live over on my own channel if you want any of my links. acube.art/links will get you all of my socials, including my YouTube VOD channels for both games and art, as well as any of my like Instagram, ArtStation, website, blah 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 blah. It's all there. Okay? And yeah, don't follow me on the street. Don't do that. Monty won't have that anyways. He will scream at you. He will scream at you. So you can't be doing that. All right, I will see you guys tomorrow on my channel, and I hope you have a great rest of your evening. Peace. Go eat.